instructions via the hotel's PA system for the earthquake evacuation route and muster point. Associates from Hyatt will assist you in evacuating. Once outside, conduct a head count for your group to ensure that everyone is accounted for. Should you believe someone is missing, notify the Hyatt associate in your area. Do not return to the building for any reason until the fire service has stated it is safe to do so. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic policy, we kindly ask that you wear your mask in all public areas of the hotel. Make sure to wash your hands and maintain social distancing of 6 feet. Thank you, be safe, and have an enjoyable time with us.
Okay, thank you, Hyatt. Now to the national anthem, where we will hear the very gifted Ranel Alcantara perform on the steel pan. Thank you. Thank you, Ranel. Please be seated. It is a tremendous pleasure to have all of you here today. And before I proceed, let me convey the apologies of our host, the host of this national consultation towards Stockholm+50 of the United Nations Development Program, Resident Representative Randy Davis. Is not so well today, and she's asked that I convey her appreciation for your being here and to wish you a very productive session. Thank you. As we move along, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Minister of Planning and Development, the Honorable Penelope Beckles-Robinson. It's really a pleasure to have you here. Also, Mr. Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. Thank you so much. Mr. Dennis Zulu, Resident Coordinator and Director of the Decent Work Team of the ILO and the Office of the Caribbean. And Mr. Vincent Sweeney, or Head of the UNEP Office in the Caribbean, United Nations Environmental Program. Thank you all for being here. To all dignitaries, all the diplomatic corps, we're particularly happy to have you here. In addition, permanent secretaries, deputy permanent secretaries, heads of teams, thank you. A very special welcome to the participants at today's national consultations, those of you who are here in person, and those of you who will be participating online. There would be no national consultation without you, and your presence is highly valued. We are also live streaming this event, so for those of you tuning in, thank you. I now invite Mr. Zulu to deliver opening remarks on behalf of Resident Representative Randy Davis.
Good morning, everyone. Honourable Minister of Planning and Development, Honourable Penelope Beckles-Robinson, thank you for joining us this morning. My colleague Vincent Sweeney, from the head of Caribbean Sub-Region Office, UNEP, Your Excellencies, High Commissioners, senior government officials, participants, members of the media, a good morning to you all. I'm reading this speech on behalf of my colleague Randy Davis, who has just been announced is unwell this morning and couldn't make it, so she asked me to read her speech. A very warm welcome to all participants who have taken time to join us today, both in person and online. The United Nations Development Programme is delighted to jointly host the national consultation with the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Stockholm+50 is an international conference that will take place from the 2nd to the 3rd of June in Stockholm, where issues of environment, sustainability were first recognized as intrinsically linked to the achievement of poverty alleviation and multi-generational human development. Today, more than ever, we know that the economic prosperity, wellness, and our shared future rely on the health of our planet, and that the multilateralism is vital in tackling the Earth's planetary crisis. The meeting in Stockholm will bring together member states and stakeholders with an aim to accelerate actions to address the planetary crisis we're in and ensure that our investments in the post-COVID recovery are green and blue. This national consultation will help inform the national recommendations feeding into the meeting in June. It is the culmination of a number of smaller discussions focused around the theme of Stockholm+50 Global Conference on the theme, A Healthy Planet for the Prosperity of All, Our Responsibility, Our Opportunity. It aims to bring the voices of many societal stakeholders gathered today: governments, trade unions, businesses, young people, women, indigenous people, civil society organizations, and other communities, in recognition that tackling the planetary crisis requires a whole of society approach. We're indebted to all organizations and individuals that gave their time to share this experience today. I would also like to take this opportunity to mention that UNDP continues to be a proud supporter of national actions to transition to a green future. In addition to facilitating and supporting the Stockholm+50 stakeholder and national consultations, we are partnering with organizations both at the community and national levels in a variety of initiatives. These include efforts to scale up on the adoption of renewable energy and improve energy efficiency, address the critical biodiversity ecosystems services, reduce pollutants such as ozone-depleting substances, and encourage the recycling and use of plastics, and support policies and strategies linked to the just transition to a low-carbon future. We are also involved in efforts to protect the forests, reduce river pollution, and mitigate the impact of rising sea temperatures on the coral reefs of Tobago, amongst many. Finally, let me conclude by reminding all of us that building a sustainable future for the next generation requires action from each one of us. This means changing our individual actions and behaviors, changing the ways industries and businesses operate and the choices they make. It also means changing how we interact in our homes and communities. It's not just governments alone who can get this job done. We need to galvanize a whole of society approach if we are to achieve the sustainable development goals we all have signed on to. Today's consultation is an important step in this process, and in doing so, Trinidad and Tobago can be assured of UNDP's support and commitment. Thank you.
Mr. Zulu, our responsibility, our opportunity. That's the theme of the session. I would now like to invite to the podium Mr. Vincent Sweeney, the head of the Caribbean Sub-Regional Office of UNEP. Please, Mrs. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. I'm not sure why we seem so subdued this morning. It must be the early rain or something, but hopefully things will pick up during the course of the day. It's a pleasure to see Minister Penelope Beckles Robinson, who I knew many years ago in a different capacity. I haven't seen her for quite some time, and it's a pleasure to be here, Minister, and to welcome you to this event. Mr. Dennis Zulu, who I've actually met online almost every week, but I'm seeing him in person for the first time due to COVID. Other distinguished guests, excellencies, high commissioners, colleagues. I have actually two of my sisters visiting coincidentally to Trinidad and Tobago, and they decided to see what I've been doing for the last 30 or 40 years. So I welcome them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. It's a distinct pleasure to be here with you in Trinidad and Tobago after so many years and to be a part of this national consultation for Stockholm+50. In 1972, 50 years ago, world leaders met in Stockholm for the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment that brought, for the first time, the environment into center stage for human well-being and development. The Stockholm Conference inspired the formation of environment ministries and agencies around the world, and I won't even try to list them all. And it kickstarted a host of new global agreements to collectively protect the environment. In addition, it led to the establishment of the organization which I've been working for the last 16 years, the United Nations Environment Programme. Since its establishment, UNEP, as it's called, has worked closely with 193 member states and other stakeholders to galvanize commitments and coordinated actions to address many of the pressing environmental challenges, but not all. I hate to say this, but 50 years later, unfortunately, the situation is not too different, except that the environment and social crises have increased in magnitude. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the situation to the extent that the 22nd Latin American and the Caribbean Forum of Ministers of the Environment, convened in Barbados in 2021, adopted the Bridgetown Declaration and communique that address the pandemic and its impacts from an environmental perspective. As an example, the Latin American and the Caribbean region lags behind the rest of the world in post-COVID-19 environmentally sustainable spending. And this is according to the LAC COVID-19 Recovery Tracker. Latin America and the Caribbean countries have earmarked $4.4 billion for environmentally sustainable measures. It may sound like a lot, but this only accounts for 1% of total spending. On the other hand, recovery spending with negative impacts on the environment has been 5 times higher than environmentally sustainable recovery spending. This indeed is a missed opportunity to build back better. Today, more than 50 years later, we have scientific evidence and knowledge on what needs to be done. We need to focus on how to scale up action and with whom to make strategic partnerships to accelerate implementation and the systemic change and new collective narratives that we need. In this regard, the 5th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, which took place this February in Nairobi, made remarkable progress on global environmental action. Heads of state, ministers of environment, and other representatives from 175 member states adopted a historic resolution to end plastic pollution and establish an internationally legally binding agreement by 2024. As my executive director would have said, Ms. Inga Anderson, it is the most significant environmental multilateral deal since the Paris Agreement. It marked a triumph by planet Earth over single-use plastics and will enable the current and future generations to live with plastic and not be doomed by it. At least 27 of the 33 countries in the region have issued national or local regulations to ban or restrict single-use plastics. We are, in fact, world leaders, but we cannot do this alone. Building on these regional and global discussions, the Stockholm+50 international meeting will be held in June, co-hosted by Sweden and Kenya. It will be an occasion to commemorate and to reflect on the 50 years of global environmental action and to open the way for accelerating actions to achieve sustainable development for the next 50 years. On the road to Stockholm+50, regional and national consultations, multi-stakeholder consultations are taking place, and my colleague, Mr. Zulu, would have said that already. This meeting is one such consultation. The United Nations Environment Programme is supporting 5 regional consultations, and UNDP is supporting national consultations in 60 countries, 12 of them in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. Both agencies are working in close collaboration and cooperation with Sweden and Kenya. These consultations will provide a platform for all relevant stakeholders, including women, youth, elderly persons, persons with disabilities, indigenous persons, and local communities to contribute to the discussions of the international meeting and to build momentum for a healthy planet for the prosperity of all. We want to hear your ideas. We want to hear from you. We want to hear of your solutions and proposals to shape collective, tangible, and value-added deliverables in order to renew our commitment, to reimagine our common future, and rebalance our relationship with nature. The discussions and key messages of the regional and national consultations will inform the leadership dialogues and papers that are going towards Stockholm+50. All the discussions and key messages that you will be providing today will be captured and shared with the co-chairs of the leadership dialogues. And we know that Stockholm is an ideal meeting with no negotiated outcome. It's a little different from a lot of the other multilateral meetings. And it allows us to be bold and somewhat hopeful of lifting agendas and ideas and making them heard and visible. We hope to make it a transitions moment, a start in the strengthening of trust between North and South, by presenting different narratives of the interconnections between environment and development and reimagining our collective futures. We hope also to bring to the center stage of our economic transformation issues such as circularity, sustainable consumption and production policies, digitalization, and innovative means of implementation, building on the great successes of the UN Environment Assembly and the celebrations related to the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 50 years ago, the Stockholm Declaration warned us, and I want you to listen very carefully. This was said 50 years ago. We have reached a time in history when we must shape our actions throughout the world with more prudent care for their environmental consequences. Through ignorance or indifference, we can do massive and irreversible harm to the earthly environment on which our life and well-being depend. That was said 50 years ago. At this critical juncture, we have a choice of breakthrough or breakdown. We can either continue down the path of the last 50 years, or we can collectively pause and move forward with solidarity and collective actions for a better future. Our generation has inherited an earth rich with possibilities, with knowledge, innovations, and technologies that were unimaginable to previous generations. With these opportunities come increasing responsibilities to care for the earth that sustains us, that sustains life, and to ensure that prosperity reaches all. I encourage you all to raise your voice, to share your ideas, and start building new narratives and the legacy that we want to offer to Stockholm+50. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. It is often said that the Caribbean, which is so vulnerable, often punches above its weight in the international forum. And in that regard, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Kishan Kumar Singh and his team at the Multilateral Environmental Agreements Unit that is doing such great work for us. Moving on, I'd like to invite Mr. Zulu to come again to the podium to deliver on his own behalf. Thank you.
I think this is much easier. Vincent, thanks for showing the way. Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I'm supposed to be speaking to you as the UN Resident Coordinator now, but I just want to say that I think both Randy and Vincent really have set the scene in terms of what the UN intends to do in preparation for Stockholm+50. So without really wasting much time, and I know Minister is tied up for time, I just want to waive my speech and thank you once again, just to assure you of the UN's commitment to working with Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Minister, as we move ahead with this. So that's my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to switch it up a little bit. Let me invite the very talented poet with a love note to the planet, Michelle Henry.
This planet, it's nice. Like a person that knows their worth, this planet is twice every single thing great you've ever asked for. Oh, this planet's so good. The goodness of the earth is not enough to suffice one's heart. Planet so good, it makes me not even question if there is life form on other planets. Now between me and you, I don't even know how God planned it to make this planet. I don't even know how God planned it. He planned a way so it could accommodate us, the unjust and just, and with just one touch, you could see that this planet is top notch. Yeah, the planet's so good. I believe he raised the standards high enough and high a lot. Like when God was making earth, he sprinkled a tablespoon of greatness on it, sprinkled till it mimicked the limits of life. He made trees that could express love in the form of oxygen. I've never known that the earth itself cared for me. Never once this earth has broken my heart. Straight when I breached the gates of my mother's womb, the earth became my second mother and fed me with oxygen, polished my skin with sun rays. And yes, sometimes the sun might blaze your skin and face, but face it, encased under the ozone layer are humans that should never think twice to deface it. Let's face it, on our faces should smile bright for how nice this place is, because the earth nice. And at 1 day old, I had more than one reason to give this planet thanks. It hurts to see when plastic fills the riverbanks. We humans are squealing and breaching the ceiling of our ozone layer daily. Daily, the earth does cry because of the way she's being treated. And maybe if the earth could speak, she'd write poems on how she once loved us. I've never known that it would get so bad. So this is a poem of apology. You see, this planet held together more than the platelets of dirt. This planet held together by the richness of sun kissing the earth. I wish we would know how much a simple layer of plastic makes the earth feel. When plastic shows up on our shore, sometimes I ask, where's we real deal? The earth's been good to us, So let's be good to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Michael and his love note to the planet is available as a video production backed by the music of Maestro Ray Holman. You can get it on the UNDP's multiple social media sites. So just look for it. That's a generation that will inherit whatever we decide on and do. Thank you. And now move on to our featured speaker for the morning, the Honorable Penelope Beckers Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development.
Thank you very much, Suniti. Mr. Dennis Zulu, UN Resident Coordinator. Mr. Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General, Association of Caribbean States. Mr. Vincent Sweeney, Head of the Caribbean Sub-Regional Office. Excellencies, virtual participants. I'd like to especially acknowledge Dr. Kumar Singh and Dr. Gori and other members of staff of the Ministry of Planning and Development, members of the media, good morning. Okay, so that good morning was either non-existent or very cold. And I would like to think of our excellencies who, before coming here, thought this was a warm and tropical country. And they're probably trying to figure out, let's say that again, good morning. Oh, that sounds so much better, great. I was actually tempted to follow Mr. Zulu and to say he moved a motion to waive his speech. I was tempted to say to adopt my speech as read. What do you think, right? So I have the pleasure of delivering the feature address today at the Stockholm+50 National Consultation as part of the landmark meeting to be held in Stockholm, Sweden on June the 2nd and 3rd, 2022. But let me say it's my absolute pleasure and privilege when I scan the room to see so many familiar faces, persons who have been working in the environment, committed to the environment, and continue to do so. So it makes my life so much easier to see so many friends here this morning. Human civilization has always had a complex and often asymmetrical relationship with the environment. The negative impacts of human interaction with the earth have become more apparent over time, as in its relentless pursuit of development and wealth, humanity has been rapidly outpacing the rate of replenishment of natural resources and has increased the magnitude of environmental stressors, from severe air pollution episodes in New York and London to mercury contamination at Minamata Bay and methyl mercury poisoning in Japan, to a distinctly silent spring due to the poisoning of birds from DDT and other pesticides, to major oil spill disasters. Driven by more robust scientific evidence of declines in ozone concentrations, exponential increases of carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, and the threat of crossing other planetary boundaries and causing severe irreversible environmental damage, all occurring alongside marked economic growth, the international environmental movement was strengthened as well as the areas merged and reached a tipping point. In June 1972, global leaders convened in Stockholm, Sweden for the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. The gathering marked the genesis of the first global scale assessment of man's impact on the environment and established the United Nations Environmental Programme as the global authority and preeminent advocate for the environment. After 5 decades of global environmental action, UNEP has had many notable accomplishments for which there is much cause for celebration. Preeminent among its successes are the 1987 Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer, which was achieved by phasing out about 98% of ozone-depleting substances globally compared to 1990 levels, and a positive trend towards restoration of the ozone layer. UNEP was also instrumental in the formulation of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development in 1992, which reaffirmed and built upon the 1972 Declaration in Stockholm and led to the formulation of the 3 legally binding agreements: the Convention on Biological Diversity, the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, and the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, all fondly referred to as the Rio Tree. 20 years later, emanating from the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio Plus 20, in June 2012, the UNEP was strengthened and upgraded and later transitioned to the United Nations Environmental Assembly, UNEA, the world's highest level decision-making body on the environment, with similar universal membership of the 193 member states. More recently, in March 2022, the UNEA made the monumental decision to banish plastics and to establish an international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. Once adopted, this treaty will address one of the most pressing environmental issues of our time. Though set in 2 worlds and decades apart, a unifying thread of placing the environment at the center of social and economic development ties Trinidad and Tobago to the 1972 Stockholm Declaration, as has been articulated in the Theme 5 of this country's National Development Strategy, Vision 2030. Nationally, we have made several strides in the environmental sector, and we have also seen the beneficiaries of resources from the UNEP, such as the technical and financial support to address environmental issues in a number of critical areas. Based on rough estimates, during the period 2010 to 2020, Trinidad and Tobago has been the recipient of approximately $300 million in grant funding, which has been disbursed to the implementation of the multilateral environmental agreements to which the country is a signatory. These are related to biodiversity conservation, climate change, diversification and land degradation, ozone depletion, toxic chemicals, and hazardous wastes. Moreover, this assistance can also be linked to the achievement of the non-envirocentric sustainable development goals, including poverty alleviation, trade, social development, and health. However, it is the tangible outputs of this funding that truly resonates with the national population and the natural environment, which I would like to share. Emulating the success in the international sphere, the work undertaken nationally on the Montreal Protocol is also worthy of commendation. Supported by the UNDP, Trinidad and Tobago has been able to successfully complete and maintain the phasing out of the highly destructive ozone-depleting chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs, since January 1st, 2008. Beyond this, Trinidad and Tobago has developed a hydrochlorofluorocarbons, or HCFC phase-out management plan to also phase out HCFCs, another ozone-depleting chemical found in the foam and refrigeration and air-conditioned sectors. As a mechanism to instill sustainability, the Ministry of Planning and Development launched a professional certificate scheme for the refrigeration and air conditioning industry in April 2017. As a result, over 1,000 refrigeration and air condition technicians received training to ensure that containment, handling, servicing, maintenance, recycling, and disposal of refrigeration is carried out by accredited technicians in accordance with the international good refrigeration practices. In relation to biodiversity, and in fulfillment of one of the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity, in 2015, Trinidad and Tobago embarked on a notable project entitled Improving Forest and Protected Area Management in Trinidad and Tobago, which sought to help prevent biodiversity loss and enhance the management effectiveness of our locally protected areas. Important advancements during the 5 years of the project include creation of an online database of biodiversity data, the Trinidad and Tobago Biodiversity Information System, which is a centralized repository of information on local biodiversity. Drafting of the national legislation for establishing and managing a protected area system plan, and the creation of an enforcement officer's guidebook highlighting the most relevant pieces of legislation for safeguarding forests and other protected areas by law enforcement officers. As a small island developing state, the issue of climate change is fundamentally a matter of life and death. As such, Trinidad and Tobago developed the 2015 Carbon Reduction Strategy, or CRS, in conjunction with the UNDP as a comprehensive strategy for the reduction of carbon emissions from the 3 main emitting sectors locally: power generation, industry, and transformation. From the CRS, we have generated our comprehensive and practical national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, which was tailored to our domestic circumstances. To this end, we set ambitious targets to reduce greenhouse gases emissions from the power generation, transport, and industrial sectors of 15% by 2030 from the business as usual scenario, and a reduction of 30% in our public transportation emissions by 30% from business as usual by 2030. In order to achieve our objectives and position the country on a low carbon trajectory, a series of activities has been ongoing, including the creation of a monitoring, reporting, and verification system housed at the EMA, the design of a certification program for greenhouse gases, inventorying and quality control and assurance, and development of a financial investment plan and a gender-sensitive action plan. Added to this, Trinidad and Tobago's third national communication to the UNFCCC provides a comprehensive national greenhouse gas inventory for all sectors and has been used to inform the development of additional emissions baselines, validate existing ones, and consider additional intervention options for the medium and long term through the support of the UNDP. Additional areas in which work has been done include organic pollutants, a group of highly toxic, mobile, and long-lasting chemicals listed under the Stockholm Convention. The strategy that outlines the key measures the country will take to reduce and eliminate the threats posed by these dangerous chemicals is enshrined in the National Implementation Plan on POPs, which was first developed in 2013. These inventories were subsequently updated in 2016 as per the Convention's obligations when new chemicals are added. Further investigative work on POPs was undertaken under a regional project which specific attention was placed at the Guanapo landfill in Arima, Trinidad. Collectively, the work embarked upon under biodiversity, climate change, and chemicals and waste nationally all contribute toward addressing the global triple planetary crisis. As a government, we acknowledge that more work remains to be done to achieve the SDGs and fulfill the provisions of the MEAs. This is also recognized at the global scale, and thus the Stockholm+50 international meeting is being convened as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the UN Decade of Action to deliver the SDGs, including the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as encourage the adoption of green post-COVID-19 recovery plans. Under the theme Stockholm+50, a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our responsibility, our opportunity, this forum will provide the opportunity for reflection on the progress made after the last 50 years. The milestones by UNEP, how to strengthen its role as the global hub on environmental matters, and reflect on how to fortify the interlinkages between humanity and the environment and foster the accountability required to achieve the collective goals conceived way back in 1972. These are to be harnessed from the 3 leadership dialogues focused on the urgent action required to achieve prosperity, sustainable post-pandemic recovery, and expediting the environmental facet of sustainable development. We in Trinidad and Tobago are therefore pleased to have the chance to be part of these global dialogues with our member states to commemorate the United Nations Conference on Human Environment and contribute to the formulation of context-specific recommendations on national priorities through these multi-stakeholder, participatory, inclusive national consultation. The key recommendations to be obtained from this national consultation, as well as the predecessor virtual sessions and online exchanges, will certainly help to advance the current and prospective work nationally in the environmental sphere and by extension redound to the benefit of the global community. Our planet is in dire need of bold action, and the solutions lie in your innovative expertise. I therefore encourage you to be inspired and take advantage of this priceless opportunity today to add your voices to that common goal, the clarion call, the vision for our collective future, so that in the next 50 years, we as a country, as part of an interconnected international community, can proudly boast and celebrate the radical, positive shifts made in protecting our global commons and restoring our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and I do wish you a very successful session. I think most of you know that today is Parliament. As a matter of fact, it started at 10 o'clock, so that you'll forgive me if I am not in a position to stay, which I normally would have to benefit from some of the discussions, but I do have to leave shortly. So thank you very much.
Minister Beckles-Robinson, that brings to an end our opening session. We'll take a 15-minute break, but I want to tell you that we will follow that. You should get as much sustenance as you can, because we're going to go into a roundtable discussion on the sustainable future for Trinidad and Tobago. And after lunch is when the action really gets going with the consultation. We have with us today, we have some real powerhouse personalities who have been environmental warriors, that table in particular, with Gia, Akila, is that Jackie? These are people who have been representing communities long before the term climate change was popularized in Trinidad. So that is going to be the fruition will come out of that session when we get to that process of the consultation and we break up into groups. But for now, just a 15-minute break and we get back here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to introduce you to the moderator for this session, Mr. Dennis Zulu, who is the acting UN resident coordinator for Trinidad and Tobago.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? All right, very good. So good morning once again, colleagues. It's indeed a pleasure to be moderating this session this morning as we get down to the business end of the consultation process. And with us this morning, we've got an esteemed panel of experts in the field. And it's my pleasure to introduce them. I'll do that one by one. On my immediate left is Dr. Malene Atz. I hope I corrected that, pronounced that properly. And she's a lecturer in economics at the University of the West Indies, UWI, Trinidad and Tobago. With over 20 years experience as an economist, primarily focused on the economics of sustainable development, Dr. Atz is well known here as a regular public commentator on national, social, and economic matters. She has also advised regional and international organizations such as the Caribbean Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the United Nations Development Program. Dr. Atz currently serves as a director on the boards of Tatil and Tatil Life, and is also a board member of the Family Planning Association of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Atz, good morning and welcome.
Morning.
Next to her is Mr. Kishan Kumar Singh, who's the head of the Multilateral Environmental Agreements Unit in the Ministry of Planning and Development. Good morning, Mr. Singh. He has been in Trinidad and Tobago's lead technical negotiator on climate change for the past 25 years. He has held many international positions in the UN climate negotiations and has been able to influence and shape international climate policy. Nationally, Kishan has been instrumental in defining environmental and climate policy of Trinidad and Tobago, and currently is working with UNDP and others on a number of policy-related matters to Trinidad and Tobago's achievement of its climate ambition. Next to Kumar Singh is Ms. Delina Indar, and she's one of the directors of the Central Pathfinders Environmental Foundation, a non-governmental organization. Good morning to you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ms. Indar is a strong advocate for volunteerism with a long history of working on humanitarian and environmental projects. She works to encourage collaboration with all sectors of society to achieve a shared vision of sustainable development. Last but not the least, we have Ms. Crystal Lawrence, who's an environmental officer in the Department of Environment. Good morning.
Good morning.
She has spent her early years at the then Department of Natural Resources in the Environment's Wildlife Unit and currently manages the Department of Environment's Wetland Monitoring and Air Quality Monitoring programs. More recently, she has joined the national delegations in international negotiations on climate change. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we're very knowledgeable and very well-experienced panel with us this morning. Now, I'm going to ask each one of them 2 questions, which they'll respond to. And after this session, we'll open it up to you all for questions, and then we'll move on from there. I'm going to start this morning's discussion with Dr. Atz. As a development economist, I'm particularly eager to hear from you and for you to kick off this roundtable with a broad view of the socioeconomic outlook for Trinidad and Tobago, now that we're globally and easily coming out of the COVID crisis. In particular, to what extent do you think the country is oriented towards a more sustainable recovery and to be part of the greener future?
Thank you. Thanks for the question, and thanks to UNDP for inviting me to share in this conversation today. No secret that it's an interesting time for countries like Trinidad and Tobago. I think it's also an interesting time to be an economist because things are changing so rapidly that you have to adjust what might have been taken as doctrine in the past and essentially reinvent and reimagine how you navigate the space moving forward. The global headwinds affecting Trinidad and Tobago's economy, again, no secret, they're heavily dependent on the energy sector, and we know what has been happening in Trinidad and Tobago even before COVID. So what I like to call as BC, before COVID, we were challenged by declines in terms of gas production in Trinidad and Tobago, which was having a significant impact on the government's coffers. That left very little fiscal space for us to navigate in Trinidad and Tobago. So it made for some choppy waters, so to speak. And then we entered the period of COVID, which brought its own set of challenges. So the headwinds really have been impacting on Trinidad and Tobago, but now we find our way to the present time, 2022, where because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we have been given a little bit of breathing space, which is how I would like to describe it. But of course, Russia and Ukraine, pretty much like COVID, pretty much like the internationally determined oil and gas prices, those things are exogenous. Trinidad and Tobago has very little control over that. So while we've got some breathing space from the conflict in Russia and Ukraine, it is unsustainable. So we have to essentially revert to the age-old conversation that we've had in Trinidad and Tobago about how do we build resilience in our economic systems since we're so heavily dependent on non-renewables. So the conversation has started, and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, coming out of COP26, made commitments for us by 2030 in terms of reduction of our emissions and essentially reducing our carbon footprint. Then we also have in 2030 the SDGs, the realization of those goals. So it means that for us navigating this space moving forward, given our still very heavy dependence on non-renewables coming out of the energy sector, and even if we were to look at other possible sectors, such as the tourism sector, also very volatile and vulnerable given global climate change impacts, et cetera, et cetera. So we saw all of these headwinds coming together as a result of COVID-19, but even now with the higher energy prices, while it allows Trinidad and Tobago to have what I am very carefully determining as describing as a breathing space, so we're supposed to get some revenues from the higher energy prices, it is not sustainable because we know the volatility of that sector. And the point I keep making is that going into the winter, the countries in the West and in the North, when they're going to have to be faced with higher fuel prices, I am sure those governments already are putting their geopolitical heads together to find ways to reduce the energy prices because, as we all know, the cost of living has increased globally, and to exacerbate that by higher fuel prices going into winter means that it is going to be almost catastrophic for those countries that are slowly coming out of recovery. And that catastrophe, that catastrophic landscape ultimately can trickle down to economies such as ours. So it is an interesting time for Trinidad and Tobago, but an interesting time for us to recalibrate and to reimagine how we can try to ensure that our economic space is not as volatile and to bring some sustainability. So enter the conversation again around diversification. How can we transition out of oil and gas so that we satisfy, one, the international agreements that we've committed to, but also two, ensure that there is more sustainability in terms of our economic landscape and move forward. So it is an interesting time, but one that requires very careful navigation and very careful calibration in terms of our economic landscape.
Well, thanks so much. I think you've provided a fairly clear perspective in terms of what's coming, what's happening at the moment. And I think your last statement in terms of the diversification away from non-renewables for Trinidad is really important for sustainability processes. But building what you just said, could I just then probe you further and ask you for recommendations, specific recommendations that you could make on how to better balance economic growth, ecological sustainability, and social well-being? I think to some extent you've already started on this path, so maybe you can just give us some specific recommendation to that end.
Again, and it's something I've said repeatedly over the last couple of decades of my career in terms of the work that I've been doing in sustainable development. Public education, I think, is absolutely important. And forums such as the one we're having today, forums such as this, provides the opportunity, but many of the persons here are people who have been advocates for decades. I think there needs to be deeper understanding at the population level in terms of the interconnectedness between what is happening in our economic space in Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed in smaller and developing states, and the environment. I don't think there is that connection. the Kenyan proverb, treat the earth well, it was not given to you by your parents, it was loaned to you by your children. I don't think there is that very strong appreciation that what we do, so for example, the fact that we have high food import bills in Trinidad and Tobago, that has an environmental impact. And, you know, it impacts on the climate change because food is imported, it is brought in from different places. And now with all these supply chain challenges that we're seeing moving forward, it means that it will impact on the cost of living. So I think the first thing, in terms of some very concrete policy recommendations, is that there needs to be deeper levels of penetration in terms of public education. I mean, having said this for at least 2 decades, I don't know what else needs to be done, but I certainly think that now the population, there seems to be a disconnect. One of the things I observed during the COVID-19 and the lockdowns is that, and I don't know if the population realizes this, that our earth, our environment was able to breathe again because people were not polluting, you were subjected to lockdowns, the sea was able to regenerate, our forests were able to regenerate, etc. So I think that's the first thing in terms of the public education. Some of the other things that I think we need to do is to have an integrated approach to national policy and national planning. We talk about, and I listened to Minister of Planning say this morning that we have these commitments to 2030 in terms of our 15% reduction in emissions. That is going to mean something significant for Trinidad and Tobago's economic and social landscape. Just to put that in context, our government's ability to spend, to essentially manage the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago is dependent on its ability to earn rents from the energy sector. If we have commitments that say that we have to move away from non-renewables into renewables to reduce our carbon footprint by 15% by 2030, there are going to be implications to that in terms of the government's ability to earn rents from this particular sector and essentially to manage the social and economic affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. If the government is not able to do that, then it means that there will be some externalities that we will not like. Some of the things that we're seeing happening now, more people being pushed into poverty, more people becoming vulnerable, and therefore we need to have a very integrated approach to how we manage these things. The population needs to be seized of the concept that what we consume really has an impact on the environment, how we dispose of our pollutants, our waste, etc., etc. So there are a number of things that can be done. Some of them have been articulated for many years. It's really just putting policy into action now so that we can advance the conversation. But I certainly think that there needs to be a deeper awareness of the wider population in terms of how much we are dependent on the environment for our day-to-day lives. So it's not just oil and gas, it is tourism, anything that we do that can essentially compromise our ability to enjoy and to sell and to benefit from our oceans will also compromise our economy. So I think there's really a need for us to be able to connect those dots so that the average John and Jane in our national space is able to understand how his or her actions can impact on the environment. Treat the earth well. I think that is the most important thing.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, just following up on what you say, Dr. Atz, we're delighted that we have the government point person here in terms of multilateral agreements, Mr. Kumar Singh. So just please give us an idea of what the government or the country has committed itself to and what the implications are for the everyday person in Trinidad and Tobago in the global agreement scene.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, let me thank you, NDP, for the opportunity to share some thoughts on this critically important issue, not only in the context of Stockholm +50, but in the wider multilateral environmental arena in terms of what is happening. And you heard some of that this morning. Negotiations on climate change, biodiversity, land degradation, chemicals, and the new one on plastics to start pretty soon. Under the Climate Change Convention, and permit me to just give some background, that the Climate Change Convention was negotiated prior to Rio, the conference in 1992, in recognition of a series of events in the decade that preceded that looked essentially at man's impact on the environment Stockholm looked at the environment and human beings. It now sort of took it one step further. It was recognized as far back as 1979, when the first World Climate Conference was held, that the human beings are causing some impact on the climate system. And a series of international conferences took place thereafter, and culminating in a General Assembly resolution that mandated the negotiation of it was the first one, a convention, a framework convention on climate change that was completed in 1992 and open for signature at Rio, and Trinidad and Tobago, of course, signed on to it in Rio. That framework convention basically outlined what needed to be done. What it didn't do is say how it is to be done. But it had this nebulous objective, which was typical UNE's, of stabilizing the global temperature level that will not impact economic development and food production and so on. But it didn't specify what levels, what does stabilization mean, and so on. That was left to another 2 decades of negotiation, 2 decades plus actually, that culminated in the Paris Agreement, where the stabilization levels was translated into a temperature equivalent of no more than 1.5, 2 degrees, but with preference for 1.5 degree rise in temperature above pre-industrial levels by 2100, by the end of this century. We are already almost 25 years, 1/4 way into this 21st century. The Paris Agreement, therefore, recognized that, not unlike, but built upon the convention that focused on actions being taken by those who are deemed historically responsible. The developed world that basically took up some of what is called the carbon space through their own development. And now developing countries, emerging economies, were catching up. And therefore, there was this broad and deep divide between North and South. So the historical responsibility and those who needed to develop, all premised on the use of fossil fuels as the basis for economic development, which some could argue was perhaps flawed in reasoning way back then. But then technology was limited as well. So it was a north-south deep divide, and everything that went with it, financial resources, provision of technological resources, capacity building, and so on. The Paris Agreement basically diffused that line a bit with the recognition that every country, regardless of your size, your economic development, so every country from the most advanced developed economy to the least developed economy were recognized as contributing to the problem, and therefore had to voluntarily make commitments to contribute to the solution. These are called nationally determined contributions. I think it was mentioned this morning by someone. And Trinidad and Tobago is no exception. But Trinidad and Tobago stands out in like a sore thumb, they say, but maybe just as a thumb. Because depending on who you ask, we are invariably identified as either number 2 or number 3, certainly in the top 5 of the world's highest per capita emitters of greenhouse gases, and therefore, using that metric, a major polluter. But even if we were to refine that metric to look at absolute emissions, we are still fairly high regionally, and therefore, by virtue of our industrial base, of course. And accordingly, our nationally determined contribution, our commitment under the Paris Agreement was expected to be, as every other country, to be as ambitious as possible. And we identified the 3 main emitting sectors. No surprise there, it's in every country: power generation, industrial base, and the transportation. When you compare it to the other NDCs of the other countries in the Caribbean, the industrial sector is, of course, mainly absent, and to a large extent, the power generation as well. We find ourselves in a bit of a dilemma, because we are relatively significant emitter of greenhouse gases, but also a victim of climate change. So we are a small island state with a relatively high carbon footprint. Added to that, power generation also now enjoys production by virtue of using the cleanest fossil fuel, if we could use that term, if it's permissible, when you compare to coal and oil, of course. So with varying levels of efficiency. But the point is that beyond natural gas, the next step is renewables. So when you reach the highest efficiency with the cleanest fossil fuel, where do you go beyond that? Obviously, renewable energy is the next step, and therefore our commitment to the Paris Agreement and to the wider world looked at these three main emitting sectors. You've heard it this morning: 15% cumulative emissions relative to a business as usual baseline by 2030, with a non-conditional commitment under the transportation sector. To that end, we have developed an implementation plan and a financial investment plan for the nationally determined contributions. But let me quickly add that all countries are expected now, coming out of COP26, it's been finalized, and it's entrenched in the Paris Agreement as well. Every country is expected to ramp up that ambition every 5 years. So, meaning that every 5 years, every country needs to submit a new commitment, with each commitment being more ambitious or expecting to do more or reduce more emissions than the immediate past commitment. So what it means is that our next cycling of commitments due in 2025 would have to reflect not a review, but a new ambitious target beyond what we committed to, that 15% and the 30% and so on. And the Prime Minister already made a commitment at COP26 that part of that ambition would be a 30% renewable energy component in power generation mix by 2030. But it's not power generation, and I know Marlene alluded to power generation and renewables, but there are many other aspects of greenhouse gas emissions that go beyond power generation. Of course, transportation and industry. And to that end, we have developed and about to finalize, pending some scientific technical analysis, an e-mobility policy, which is to accelerate the transition away from internal combustion engine vehicles that run on fossil fuels to those that run on electricity, but powered by solar or renewable energy, wind, whatever it is, so that we achieve the ultimate objective of sustainable transport or absolute zero emissions. So, in addition to that, and I probably want to just hint, because I know the question will come up, that in order to manage that transition away from fossil fuels, away from the dependency, that we have also embarked on the development of a just transition, which I'll speak to a little bit later.
So maybe let me just stop you there for now, because we just moved on to what I was going to ask you next, and maybe use that as an opportunity to develop that. So you just mentioned the just transition, and really this is the global term. People talking, countries globally are talking about the just transition towards a more sustainable and greener economy. Can you therefore provide us, or probably identify opportunities that the just transition provides for workers, and what safeguards would be put in place in this regard? In addition, could you also share with us a glimpse of some of the key aspects of the just transition policy the government is considering? And I just recalling what you just said, I think you had already started on that path, so I thought.
So it was a good segue to continue the narrative.
Good segue,
So climate change has been recognized as one of those things, the only thing I would imagine, that affects every aspect of human well-being. The biophysical environment, socioeconomic well-being. I think Marlene alluded to our food import bill, and there's something called transboundary impact, so that if, for example, and we are seeing it now with the war in Ukraine, albeit man-made, if there are climate catastrophes in other countries that affect the products that we import, then we're in trouble, because then we don't have accessibility, availability, affordability. All of those things become an issue. So those transboundary impacts in addition to what impacts on the national economy is important. And as the world, according to the Paris Agreement, now needs to transition away to a state of net zero emissions by the second half of this century, it is now an imperative on all countries to transition away from that carbon-intensive economic base. Not many countries have that base, but Trinidad and Tobago is one of them. And in recognition of that transition, what is called a just transition of the workforce policy has been developed. And just transition is a term that was coined, I think, in the US in the 1990s to allude to possible impacts on the workforce as a result of increased environmental awareness. And so it made its way back into the Paris Agreement, recognizing, of course, that now this accelerated transition away from fossil fuels and carbon-intensive economies would now entail some socioeconomic adjustment. And in keeping with one of the SDGs, that no one is left behind, equal, decent jobs for all, and so on. All of these are incorporated into the Just Transition policy. So, for example, it's guided by of course, decent jobs, leaving no one behind, maximizing opportunity in new green jobs, what are called loosely green jobs. And green jobs really mean anything that is sustainable, any job opportunity that may be sustainable. It doesn't have to be renewable energy or electric vehicles, for example, but any aspect of employment that is sustainable, that looks into the same direction of low carbon development and the energy transition. So the Just Transition policy basically seeks to examine some of the issues, some of the socioeconomic fallouts, perhaps more pertinent to Trinidad and Tobago because the oil and gas sector and the industrial base is a significant employer of the workforce. But it's not only focused on that area, but it also looks at creating opportunities or recognizing where opportunities can be created in terms of jobs in the new economy that will come. But the key word is a transition. It's not a switch, so it wouldn't happen overnight. It will take some analysis. So it looks at, for example, retooling, reschooling, and reskilling opportunities. And if I were to take one example, the e-mobility policy. Every person who drives a car has their favorite mechanic. And so if they begin now to shift to electric vehicles, they would need that kind of technical backstopping. So one of our objectives and approaches now is to develop a training program for these side-of-the-road mechanics, as I call them, because that's where they are, to develop the skills that will become in demand as they switch to electric vehicles become accelerated. And it is an imperative that it happens like that because we are a significant importer of foreign-use vehicles. And therefore, as the world begins to phase out ICE vehicles, internal combustion engine vehicles, they would be looking for some place to put it. And I'm on record as saying that Trinidad and Tobago could be a potential dump. So I can repeat it for these vehicles, unless we begin to get on the same trajectory. Because countries, Norway, I think, in as early as 2025, will not offer any new vehicles that are fueled by fossil fuels. And the car manufacturers have taken up that policy signal, and they've now also given signals that they will stop the production of ICE vehicles, and they're moving towards electric vehicles. Of course, I'm looking at the ads on TV, you see Mercedes-Benz and
all of them transitioning. Yeah.
Of course, I can't afford one of those, but hopefully at some point, the other car manufacturers that make mid-range vehicles would take up the mantle, and they're coming because I keep tab on them because I want one. And I think the policy framework has recognized that, and in the last budget, exemptions to import taxes and duties for electric vehicles have been instituted effective January this year, and as part of accelerating the enabling environment for that, we are looking at funding opportunities to develop charging stations and So there's already a Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of standard for charging stations at home. So anybody can buy an electric vehicle, they can set up the charging station at home, plug it in the night, and they get it. And part of the thrust also is public awareness. I think Arlene also said that public awareness is critically important. When I used to drive a carbureted car, and my mechanic at that time, when fuel injection engines, yes, I'm that young, when fuel injection engines were coming in, he said, no, those things don't work well. You should stick with the carbureted engines. And we're hearing the same story now. Oh, electric vehicles will catch a fire and they will shock you if you pass through a flood, and all of these bits of disinformation and misinformation going forward. So it's part of that is also entrenched in the just transition policy and the policy approaches. But the broad philosophical basis is that no one should be left behind, that decent jobs should be provided for all, and that we look for where these jobs can be created as we move towards a sustainable society, encompassing the SDGs as we go along.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. I mean, you just mentioned public awareness, and Ms. Inda here is somebody who works in public awareness, raising issues of natural resource management, sustainability, and working at the community level. Can you share with us why this is important and some of the key areas that you're focused on?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I would also like to thank the UNDP for the inclusion of a non-governmental organization that is filled with youth and young women, ensuring, of course, that the voices of all facets of society are heard. One of the main aspects of raising awareness at the community level in particular is that it can capture a segment of the population that does not readily access certain information, especially when they're not at a policy level. And Dr. Axe perhaps did me the favor of speaking of that a little bit in terms of those who really are not at that policy level to get information. It is often said that we see the same faces at a lot of the conferences and meetings. And so that raising awareness and also coupled with building capacity at that community level really reaches out to those who can't, say, for instance, leave their day jobs to come at a meeting to speak about these issues. And it definitely involves youth and young women in that aspect as well. Raising awareness on sustainability and natural resource management is really a powerful and critical tool because it facilitates behavioral change towards more sustainable actions. And this is the kind of activities we include in terms of how people can make these behavioral changes. It increases interest and builds momentum for future leaders who would understand the purpose and the need for sustainability and understand the SDGs a little bit more. It also creates responsibility and mobilizes action towards the achievement of specific goals. So not only the SDGs and nationally, but at a community level as well. The impact of raising awareness coupled with project work and building capacity should be underscored in that, yes, we do focus on building awareness, but this is just really one tool in a basket full of tools. So we do raise capacity and we conduct projects to ensure that persons can now put what they learned into action. And there are impacts on a personal, community, national level as well. So let's look at it from a personal or household level even. It said, and I know this may have some different thoughts on it, but once persons know the right thing, they will do the right thing. And actually, interestingly, I had an interesting talk with the THA about that recently, where they have said they have had success with that. Simply that when people know what to do, they will do it in the correct way. Raising awareness, though, it gives people the power to make decisions to actually do the right thing when it comes to living sustainably and to understand how our resources in Trinidad and Tobago can be better managed for their own lives and for the betterment of their communities, for both the present and for the future. Secondly, and now we're talking on a community and national level, is that awareness really brings about empowerment and it brings about change agents. And again, especially in youth, when we have to look to changes in the future and to ensure that we maintain a certain momentum. When persons are properly informed, they can now look towards a shared vision and use a collective voice to advocate for change and to advocate for sustainability, and for, of course, specific actions.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
no. Actually, sorry about that. Now to the second part of your question, when you asked what I'm focused on. Yes. So at CPF, over the past couple years, one of our major aspects has been waste management, but also sharing information at the household and individual level about zero waste living. So those are two aspects. So we do this through webinars, we do it through project implementation, and through social media. So we share very simple tips that persons can do in their everyday lives. One recently conducted project we had was a UNDP Jeff-funded project where we built capacity in composting techniques, and we designed and implemented household compost tumblers. So in this case, it showed people to be more mindful about the type of waste they produce at a household level, and it also diverted the organic waste that is sent to the landfills, which actually Beetham landfill is one of the larger components making up that landfill.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned very important, because I think they, like you really stated, if people are more aware, then they know what sort of responsibilities they have, and they're able to engage much more effectively and efficiently because they're empowered with the knowledge, and also how they themselves can improve and contribute to the whole national effort going forward. So at the community, I think you did refer to the communities, and any specific interventions, some I think you mentioned one or two, but could you just add one more in terms of your actual specific deliverables and how you engage at the community level?
Can you repeat that?
No, I was referring to the community. What sort of specific actions you take in, as far as you talked about the internet and social media, any other initiatives that you're using in terms of engaging the communities, perhaps even in those areas where they do not have access to internet?
Well, I will say though that each community really requires its own strategy. And it depends on who's in that community and what they respond to and what the actions are. So for us, for instance, we do activities in the central area, but of course you would look at different communities and they do require different things. So I would break that into three, and this is the pattern that we follow, and it's three aspects, and this is just an example, of course, because there are really so many different ways. Three aspects and three categories. So the three aspects would be communication, collaboration, and investment. And then the three components or categories would be, firstly, the community that needs to be engaged, community or individuals that needs to be engaged. We have those who do the engaging, and exemplified, for instance, by us at the panel here, the policymakers, the academia, as well as the NGOs who go out into the community and converse and have those two-way conversations there. And then thirdly, the vehicle that connects these two. So you would have spoken about, we would have both spoken about the internet, but for instance, there's the school curriculum. And in each of these now, there are these three aspects. So let me just touch on basically one each in all of those, so not go for too long. So let's talk about the vehicles. So in the school curriculum, for instance, and again, this is a pattern that we have used, but it can be adjusted, of course, based on the communities. And so actually going to schools and really tapping into that those younger persons, and invest, in terms of the investment aspect, into innovative technologies. So for instance, through an eco-info garden, where you can really bring these children out and really show them how to live sustainably and with nature. And when it comes to those vehicles and messaging, really that communication and collaboration is key, because here we now tailor messages to the age group, to who is there, to what they're interested in, and to leverage their strengths. So for instance, we may have teachers where they love to work with youth and with children, but then we also have persons who love to take courses and share that information. So we leverage those and tailor those messages based on whoever that audience is. And then in terms of now the community, collaboration here is really key, again, with those who engage them. So collaboration with each other, collaboration with the public sector, collaboration with universities and schools, and just projects that really bring about that change. In terms of the community itself, there is a certain responsibility there, and speaking about our responsibility and our opportunity. And again, bringing that, raising awareness about that is the responsibility and opportunities available to the public and to the individuals and community. So there are certain things there, such as the communicating with each other. So something simple as persons learning information and sharing it with others. That is something we encourage quite a bit. And then secondly, the collaborating with each other, and something simple as carpooling, where it's easy on your pocket or those involved their pockets, but also decreases vehicular emissions. So really, I would say a combination of those three, and then a continuous assessment of that.
Okay, thank you. Now, last but not the least, Ms. Lawrence, and thank you for joining us from Tobago, where we understand there's interesting work going on there towards a sustainable future. Could you share some of the actions that your government is taking in this regard?
Okay, morning everyone. Thank you for the question, and thank you, NDB, for allowing me the opportunity to share what's happening in Tobago. And I firstly want to start with one of our flagship successes, which is the designation that we recently got October 2020, the Northeast Tobago UNESCO Man in the Biosphere Reserve. It encompasses around 15 communities on the northeastern region of Tobago and approximately 150,000 hectares of both terrestrial or marine space, and that also incorporates our main rich forest reserve. And it definitely signals, because part of our responsibilities now in terms of managing this space that we now have is to develop a management plan, and that management plan is directed towards ensuring that we use sustainable principles in how we govern and use our resources. So it's heavily focused on sustainable land management, developing and using climate-smart agriculture for those who have agriculture in that district, and ensuring, and so it sets up a framework for decision-making for that fairly substantial space on the island towards a sustainable future. And one other important thing that we have been looking at is ensuring that we provide a good example of sustainable governance. So there is going to be a trust that is responsible for implementing the management plan, and that is the Northeast Tobago Protected Area Management Trust. And the aim is to develop a core that is responsible for ensuring that there is effective citizen engagement, public participation that is transparent, and we want a core that also ensures that it understands the linkages between maintaining our ecological integrity with that community and economic development. So thus far, we are aiming to have this trust probably about 9 or 10 members, and more heavily focused on non-state actors compared to state actors. So the balance would be players from the NGOs, CSOs, private partners, educational and other resource institutes. And the aim with that is to ensure that we really have a meaningful way of citizenship and citizenry being involved in the process. One of the other things that is taking place is also that the main Rich Tobago Reserve was we recently got designated as a natural national heritage site, and we also submitted applications for 4 islands, the islets around within the biosphere. That is Little Tobago, St. Giles Island Complex, the Sisters Rocks and Goat Islands. We also made a submission for that, as well as coral reefs within a 50-meter zone boundary. It's not going to be continuous in terms of having that also designated as a natural national trust. So that would also provide another framework as to what kind of activities can take place in those spaces and provide a little more teeth in terms of implementing action on the ground. And as we move towards that sustainable future, so we're looking at ecological integrity within a huge space on the island. And the next burgeoning issue that we heard mentioned is waste management. So recently launched, again, fairly recently, 2020, is the Tobago Resource Recycling Initiative, which is a partnership between the Tobago House of Assembly, the EMA, and a private partner. And a recycling facility was set up. That facility is used for materials, glass, plastic, aluminum, Tetra Paks, cardboard, paper. And basically what is done, is that there's baling or shredding and repackaging for export. And that really demonstrates the value of the fact that we need that kind of collaboration and partnerships in order to succeed in moving forward as to what we're defining as the sustainable future for ourselves. And recently also, the Coastal Zone Management Unit under one of the divisions of infrastructure, quarries and urban development would have engaged this private partner in terms of having a composting facility for sargassum materials. Currently, the process as it entails, there is a sargassum response plan where there are tiered levels of response as to what happens to sargassum when it beaches. The highest level would have to do with removal of sargassum from locations. And we know that is sometimes necessary because unfortunately, sargassum beaches in areas where we have high tourism load, and it obviously affects the economics and everything like that, but also affects fishers. When that happens, there is a fairly huge cost involved in terms of using heavy machinery on the beach, having that removed. And the cost is also an environmental cost in terms of sand removal, regardless of how careful it needs to be. And in terms of the negative impacts of vegetation on the sites that have been identified as sites for putting the beach material, because vegetation is not meant to exist in that kind of salt-heavy environment. So there is that effect, right? So there is an examination now of how to compose the material in a larger scale and distribute that within the farming communities in order to, I guess, in a sense, recuperate cost in terms of that removal that takes place. And apart from that, the Department of Environment, in conjunction with the Coastal Zone Management Unit, we also partnered in terms of submitting a proposal. There was a call, an expression of interest by the OECS and the Guadeloupe Regional Council with regards to developing an air quality monitoring system or unit and an alert system in terms of the gases released from sargassum. So we already have, we were successful in that venture, and we already have made some move forward in terms of purchase of equipment to start the project. So we basically will be monitoring for ammonia and hydrogen sulfide with the aim eventually to establishing a health alert system for those who may have issues or challenges with dealing with the deleterious effects of sargassum decomposition. And so that's two kind of main projects that we have going. And I also cannot continue without speaking, is not exactly my area that I'm in, but Tobago is definitely moving forward in terms of enhancing its renewable energy mix. And there are persons in this room who could probably speak more to that, but it's important as we move towards that sustainable low carbon future. And not just that, in terms of building community resilience when it comes to climate change and climate impacts, that we find ways to get ourselves off of the grid and find solutions so that communities can still maintain and thrive regardless of the natural disaster that takes place. So those are some of the things that we have been engaged in thus far. And of course, there are other projects that we are involved with that is aimed at moving us slowly towards that sustainable future. And one thing I would like to emphasize is that what we have realized thus far is the partnerships and forming coalitions. It does work. It makes sure that there is a wider range of persons involved with a common vision and a common goal towards where we want to go. And it really has provided us with the success that we need in terms of some of the projects we have rolled out so far.
Thanks so much. I think in your presentation, obviously, the excellent work that you're doing in Tobago is in response to some of the challenges you're facing. And we do appreciate the fact that Tobago faces a lot of impacts of global, the global warming phenomena. Could you just share with us a few of those challenges you're facing arising from global warming?
Okay, so some of the main challenges that we have been experiencing, of course, sea level rise and coastal erosion and the impacts on the coastline. And that's something that is very important for us to address, given the fact that Tobago is basically composed of coastal communities. The majority of the infrastructure is along the coastline. Another thing is finding of course, determining and dealing with precipitation changes, whether more intense rainfall and reduced rainfall, as well as increased temperatures. And what that also implies is that sensitive ecosystems that cannot exist without outside of a particular range of temperatures, say for example the coral reef systems, and which is part of our tourism product and our economic product when we have bleaching events. So we have events that leads to eventual destruction of these systems. What is going to happen is that we're losing a mechanism for our economic growth. So these are some of the challenges that we have. And one important factor that we realize that is necessary for us to create an effective response is to ensure that we have the data that is necessary. A lot of times we don't have the relevant data for making the most informed decision. So there has been moves toward increasing our data collection capacity in terms of bathymetry data, hydrology data, tidal data, in terms of designing solutions for coastal erosion issues. And of course, we have to look at data collection in terms of the effects of sargassum on our environment, in terms of water quality and air quality, heavy metal toxicity, and those kind of things. There needs to be some more work on determining what that is, so that we may come up with a solution and think it works, but we have nothing to measure it against. And that data will provide that kind of measuring stick to ensure that whatever we determine really is the best solution and would really work for what we need to do. And in terms of dealing with increased rainfall events in terms of intensity, we need to start looking at a more holistic plan in terms of how are we going to capture some of our stormwater? Are we going to do slow release? And the opposite to that now is how we're going to conserve water and promoting rain harvesting. The department a few years back had looked at examining promoting rainwater harvesting within the Tobago House of Assembly residential projects, and it's something we're probably going to have to re-examine, of course, as well as working with the agricultural sector, so that potable water is not taken from the system to be used for agriculture. And one other important thing that was mentioned just now, education. Some of these decisions that we're going to have to make in terms of responding to some of the challenges that we're going to have requires some hard decision making, and if people are not ready to hear what we have to say, or do not understand why, or do not understand why they need to make the kind of changes to their life that they need to make, is going to be very difficult. So there is a need to promote a greater understanding of climate literacy, a need to fully understand what are the potential adaptation measures that we have to be engaged in, a need to ensure that we are building climate resilience within our communities and ensure that our communities understand what are the risks to them from climate change, what is going to happen to them down the road, and how they could prepare themselves. And also, then we need to also look at changing that mindset that ecological integrity is always at conflict with economic development and growth, and that is something that needs to change if we are interested in having a sustainable future.
Okay, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We started off with the socioeconomic at the macro level, working ourselves down to the agreements, to awareness raising, and finally an example from Tobago. We now have a few minutes, but before we do that, I think they deserve a round of applause, right, for an excellent presentation. Yeah, so we now open it up for with a bit of time for questions from the floor, but also from those who are listening online. Please raise your question and preferably direct it at one of the panelists so we know who exactly you're addressing your questions to. There's a hand there, so I think we can get a mic over there. Yeah. Just tell us where you're from, or which organization you represent, and where you're directing your questions to.
Hello, I am Shandal O'Neill. I'm a sustainable energy specialist and a human rights advocate. I'm a national director with ISEC, the International Student Environmental Coalition. I'm also a part of the Stockholm+50 task force. My question was around the NDCs, if there's a little clarification on when we're getting updated NDCs, because a lot of countries did update it once last year, on the 5-year cycle, but we're now talking about 5-year cycle, 2025, so just clarification on when we're getting updated NDCs. Thank you.
Who's your question directed at?
Well, Dr. Kishan Kumar Singh, please.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not sure I got the exact question. I just heard NDC cycle.
So maybe you can just ask that once again a bit more slowly, please, and clear. Yeah.
Like, when are we getting updated NDCs? Like, the ones we have officially online are from 2015, and like a lot of countries were doing updated released ones last year for 2020. But you're talking about 2025, and so just a little clarification: are we getting some like new NDCs this year, or we just wait until 2025?
Right. Under the last set of decisions at COP26, parties were encouraged to come back this year, 2022. I would have said that the Honorable Prime Minister did, in fact, commit at COP26 to increasing the renewable energy component to 30%. So that obviously will factor into the new NDC. So we are in the process of finalizing the I don't want to call it revised, updated, because these words have particular meanings within the convention. So I'd say, in response to the request to provide more ambitious NDCs, we are in the process of formulating that to incorporate the commitment already given by the Prime Minister to submit by the end of the year at COP27. That's separate and apart from the need to raise ambition in 2025.
Okay. Other question? Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to ask this question. The first speaker, Dr. Atz, mentioned the value of educational awareness, and I think that is something that we most definitely need where the environment and climate change and all the others are concerned. And the second speaker, Dr. Kumar Singh, mentioned public awareness. Therefore, my question is, and this is specifically to Mr. Kumar Singh, what has happened to the Escazú agreement with Trinidad and Tobago? Because there are tools within the agreement that would assist us with the public awareness as well as the educational awareness. So how can we benefit from that since we have not signed the agreement?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I hope I could answer. We did play, when we negotiated the Escazú agreement, a lead role in adopting and finalizing the agreement. The Escazú agreement has been recognized as complementary to the implementation of other multilateral environmental agreements, particularly the Climate Change Convention, and more specifically the Paris Agreement, because of the issues related to access to information, environmental justice, and how it links to just transition and so on. The recommendation has been made to the powers that be to sign up or to ratify or to accede to the agreement, and that's where it is at the moment. That recommendation was made, and that's where my remit actually ended. But the decision to actually sign on to any intergovernmental or multilateral environmental agreements rests within the cabinet and the government of the day. So the recommendation has been made, but certainly I acknowledge the benefits of signing on, given the provisions of the Escazú agreement and what it can provide for Trinidad and Tobago as not only as a core standalone agreement, but certainly providing the complementary kind of support in implementing other MEAs. I hope I would have answered the question.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone monitoring the online? There could be online questions. Are we okay with that? No
There's a
questions
question.
online yet?
Question across there.
Okay, go ahead, please. As we.
I'm Jennifer from Habitat for Humanity. To the last two speakers, spoke a lot about awareness and behavioral change. And the last speaker spoke a lot about collaboration down at the community level, with particular reference to the Tobago Recycling Initiative. My question is, and it comes from the background of working with communities and understanding there is a difference between NICE programs and measuring those programs on whether we are truly achieving the impact that we require and whether it's nationwide. And so I want to ask, are there benchmarks, are there metrics for measuring the awareness and measuring the kind of impact that you're planning in Tobago?
Okay. Either one of you, it was addressed at, who wants to go first?
Well, in terms of the second one was with respect to Tobago, but in terms of the benchmarks, I mean, certainly what I can speak to is what we do at our community level in terms of the strategies that we implement, and we do have certain KPIs, but of course this is not, whereas in best practice, yes, it needs to tie in with the national goals and so forth, what we have a smaller scale project. So we do have our own KPIs for that, but that is different from a national level.
In the context of the question that was just given, thank you. I think one of the mechanisms we would use, especially with reference to the waste recycling project, has to do with the response on the ground from different communities. You know that the private partner, there has been attempts made to distribute bins across various communities in Tobago, and there are metrics for determining volume that is deposited. And so that would be one gauge of the response from that particular aspect. Generally, in terms of climate education or environmental education on the island, one of the tools we look at is how well stakeholders engage with us at our various events and how much they engage with us in our various programs. And I would admit that there is no standard metric we use, and there is a need to develop a consistent standard metric that is, so you have that data over time to demonstrate that, yes, that we have been growing more or less effective in our planning and in our programs and projects. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, please, go ahead.
Hello, good day. My name is Hilary Bernard, and I am here representing the CEDAW Committee of Trinidad and Tobago. I just have three little questions. I think the first one is to Mr. Kumar Singh. You were mentioning if we could use the cleanest fossil fuel, we would be doing a lot better, but I didn't catch what that fossil fuel was, and I was wondering if you could tell us. And I have two other questions, particularly to Ms. Indar. You spoke about going into primary schools, I guess, and engaging the curriculum there. Is this something that is actually being done? Is it reality already? Because I know sometimes it's very difficult to interfere with the curricula at our various schools. So I'm just curious to know if it is something that has already been done. And finally, for Ms. Lawrence, Sargassum, yes, everywhere on the East Coast. And you were saying that one of the challenges
is bringing in machinery to collect all of that stuff onto the beach, which would have its damage. And you spoke about the amount of sand that might be removed, which would also not be a good thing. But I wondered if you considered engaging people to do this in a manual way, which would also provide some employment for people who, giving them the right PPE to collect this. It has been done on other islands. We're not recreating the wheel, but we would certainly be cleaning up the beaches, providing employment. And next week when we go to the Stockholm+50 convention, we'll be able to say, we have completed this. This is something that we can, count as a medal that we have already accomplished, rather than, going to report about our hopes and dreams. I'm ready to hear about some real accomplishments. So those are my questions.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. Sorry if I did not mention it, but it's natural gas. And by way of explanation, if you permit me, it's because natural gas, because of its chemical formula, contains less carbon atoms than oil or coal, and therefore when you burn it, you get less carbon dioxide going up. So it's referred to as the cleanest fossil fuel. As I said, a term that is perhaps becoming more and more impalatable, if I could use that term, going forward, given the climate emergency.
Okay, yep. Go ahead, please.
Yes, in terms of, and I'm agreeing with you that curriculum is very difficult, well, I would use your words, interfere with or change. What we have done, though, is, for one thing, advocate for it, but secondly, in terms of the actions, we have targeted specific schools, and there are 3 schools we've gone into so far. And again, it depends on the students. So for one school, what we did is that we actually helped them establish an environmental club, and we started off with a booth. So we had lots of games, we had interactive quizzes, and so to teach them and to really bring about that awareness. And at the end, they decided that they wanted to have an environmental club, and the teachers themselves now became more involved. So in terms of the benchmarking for that, we did see them actually taking more actions as a school in terms of going out on beach cleanups, in terms of actually opening a little agri-science garden at the back of the school. That's one school. The second school, we used a part of the agriculture curriculum, and we established a garden at the back of the school. And with this, we taught them about composting. So what we did now is, now that the children, after their lunch area, they had particular bins where they would throw their organic waste, and they would actually put this towards a compost heap, and they would now use that compost within the garden. So they became a little more engaged and interested in terms of what they could do. So the curriculum itself spoke about agriculture, but they really got to put certain aspects of it into practice. So they still learned about the things that the curriculum called for, but we were able to incorporate different aspects that would bring about a greater sustainability, but it's not exactly outlined in the curriculum. And then the third school, there we actually worked with the children. We had a competition, and we did several short videos on climate change and different topics. So there are certain actions that we did do that, works with what is currently there in the curriculum. If that answers your question.
Go ahead, please.
All right, to answer the last question. So Tobago has a sargassum response plan. That plan was developed in conjunction with a variety of stakeholders on the island, and it used a kind of tiered levels response mechanism based on location of sargassum beaching, timing of beaching, and who is going to be greatly affected. That determines what the response is going to be. Mainly the Coastal Zone Management Unit, which has responsibilities for managing sargassum beaching and the response. The recommendation typically is manual cleaning, and they do that via engagement with groups that are already on the beach, whether it be URP, CPEP, or whatever community group that is already responsible for cleaning and maintaining, because we have a lot of groups in Tobago that maintain beaches. That is usually done in conjunction with those groups, and they would have been provisioned with the required gear for that. That is the first level, that's the typical response. The response which leads to mechanical, what we call mechanical removal of sargassum beach material, that takes place only when, after doing or conducting the assessment, it is realized that that is an actual necessary action or step to take. So basically, our first step and our most recommended step is for manual cleaning or for leaving the materials to naturally go back towards the sea. And that usually happens when the tide changes or the moon changes and you have a spring tide or a stronger tide. That's generally the main recommendation. And if for some reason, because of the location, for example, Sargassum beaches a lot in Magdalena, which is one of our flagship hotels, then depending on time and the quantity, there may be recommendations for removal, and then we have to find a way to deal with that beach material. I hope that answers your question.
Okay,
yes.
So I will allow for, I think, the last round now, because we will run out of time, really. So I'll allow for 3 last questions. Apparently no one is interested in asking a question.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am, and then we'll take 2 more and then we'll have to close the session.
Hi, good day. I am Akila Jaramugi from Fonsoman Community Reforestation Project and the Council of Presidents of the Environment. My question here is to Dr. Marlene Attis. I would like to know if there's any plans within the state to employ our young scholars who are out there. Thousands of young people between the ages of 21 to 35, young scholars who return from universities and are here in Trinidad ready to work, ready to give the data, as my friend from Habitat for Humanity talked about, ready to be advocates, ready for employment within their field of studies. And they are undervalued, and they are here. Hundreds of them come to me all the time, and I cannot employ them. Sister Gia spoke about Escazú. Yes, we want right here in Trinidad right now a plan, an action plan. We are ready for action. And all those young scholars, we want to see post-Keishan, we want to have young people ready to champion the path, ready to be advocates for the environment and this greener, cleaner future that we are talking about. So I am pleading with the state, I am pleading with UN and whoever this message is reaching to let's start a campaign to call these young people out. Let them bring their credentials before you and you will see how much they are undervalued, how much we as parents invest in our children and they are ready, but they are around NGOs and just helping out. But they have the skills and the ability to come and be part of this campaign. And as we move on from this meeting, I want to see an action plan coming out of this where we can provide something, provide a sustainable future for our young people to follow, to work. They are ready and they are waiting on us. We are the ones to set this right. And, I just want to hear what the state has in plan in store for these young people, our future. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one for you.
Well, I don't know if I'm the most appropriate person to direct the question to, but I like your energy, so I will start by congratulating you on the energy. I can't speak on behalf of the state. I work in another place. I work at the University of the West Indies. But I do agree with you that there has to be a national conversation, and which is what I'm hoping comes out of dialogue such as what we're having today. There has to be a national conversation on how do we tap into that energy, because as I keep saying, we will be more on the periphery in years to come as we deal with SDG 2030, as we move forward to 2050. Some of us are not going to have the same levels of energy as we had in 1992 or 1995 or even in 2022. And there has to be a national conversation around how do you influence the primary, secondary, tertiary level curriculum. So it's not just primary schools, because these children then go on to secondary schools and to universities. We have to have those kinds of conversations. I listened to, and I'm answering your question broadly because I can't speak for the state, but I do share your passion that there needs to be succession planning, and I think that is one of the things that is missing from our conversations nationally and regionally in terms of how do we pass the baton. We talk about sustainable development without appreciating by our actions that sustainable development is about intra and intergenerational equity. So the baton has to be passed. We have to infuse and inculcate that energy, that passion for the environment, because at the end of the day, we're not going to be there in perpetuity. We have to hand the reins over. So yes, I agree there has to be a national policy. And as you spoke, I thought of something that Kishan said. So I just want to digress a little bit. I mean, the e-mobility policy for Trinidad and Tobago, which I didn't know existed. I always learn something when I come to fora and Kishan speaks. I didn't know about it. But here we are, we're having this policy for Trinidad and Tobago. We need to have young people, not just the mechanics who are the mechanics that we're trying to move away from the traditional forms of treating with your ICE vehicles, but young people in our national enterprise, the NECs and the MICs, are they being exposed to these new technologies? Are they being incentivized to learn these new technical skills moving forward? So it's not just those, our children who are returning from the diaspora, it's not just those, but those here as well. How do we tap into the energy that they bring to the table, tap into the knowledge that they have, so that we don't frustrate them, so that they are there and they are in the race and they're willing to hold on to the baton as we pass it to them moving forward, because that is how, to my mind, we're going to build a sustainable development framework for our country and for our region. So I thank you for the energy and I thank you for the question. Sorry, I'm not from the state, but I tried.
Yeah. Okay, so I see a hand there, just two more and then we'll have to close it, unfortunately.
Hello, good morning. So there are a few questions coming in from the online chat. What we'll do is just ask the first two due to the length of time that we have left, and then we'll get to it. So the first question is coming in from Mr. Christopher Chinapu, and the question is, were the previous NDC ambitions met? And if a gap exists, what is going to be done to fill the implementation and action gap? And the second one came in from Sarah Anuradha, and she asked, how would the government feel about converting the Petrotrin oil refinery into a power generator, using old offshore rigs and turning them into turbines? And that's a question to any panelist. And maybe one last one after that one is, any updates on the beverage container bill? So we get three there.
All right, so I think, again, some of them are directed at government. Mr. Kumar Singh in the hot seat here. Any immediate responses to that?
Thank you. On the NDC achievement, the NDC is, as would have been said a few times this morning, the target is set for a timeline of 2030. And part of that roadmap is the NDC implementation plan and the financial investment plan for the NDC. The NDC implementation plan contains discrete actions with associated costs and the emissions reduced. So that the monitoring, I think this morning someone would have mentioned monitoring. I think the Honorable Minister did mention that we had developed a monitoring, reporting and verification framework, which is now housed at the EMA. One of the purposes of that is to monitor the achievement of the NDC and to show an iterative sort of approach to make recommendations of where actions need to be tweaked and so on. The e-mobility policy, the financial incentives that have already been put in place, the fact that we are about to establish the largest renewable energy solar plant in the Caribbean of 112 megawatts, all speak to actions that will serve to achieve the NDC going forward. So we hope to an iterative approach to a robust monitoring, reporting, and verification system that we can be able to track the NDC and its achievement. But let me also quickly add that a lot of the financing that is required for implementation needs to come. And the policy and the NDC does state that it will come from a mixture of domestic sources as well as international financing. So a lot of the achievement is also contingent on financial resources. And those negotiations are also being undertaken internationally. Was there another question for me? The beverage container bill, I think it was, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Right, the beverage container bill is now under the remit of the Ministry of Public Utilities, I think, under SWIMCAL.
That's
so,
right, SWIMCAL. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so I would not want to speak for them, with apologies.
Okay.
Anyone?
I think it was one on the conversion, I think, of the
I think that's
conversion
beyond.
of oil refinery. Yeah.
Right, that's also one I cannot speak to. But I suppose it's a good suggestion that those who are in a position to make a decision can take on board.
Okay, looks like we are done. I just want to thank the panel once again for eloquently and comprehensively dealing with the questions that were raised to them. I think it's been a very productive session. We've gotten some very important information. So I just want to thank you once again, and another round of applause. It's not easy sitting up here. So thank you so much, and do have a good rest of the afternoon as we get back into the program and do some more work around this very important topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to express my own personal thanks to our very expert panelists, and of course to Dennis for being such an excellent facilitator. Thank you so much. So to continue our program today, we will get to the enjoyable part of having lunch. And after that, we will go into the working group sessions. So you've listened to a lot, and you've listened to a lot of good information. And now it's your turn to speak. So we will get into the working groups immediately after lunch. We are running a little behind schedule, but I do ask you to try to get back for around 1 p.m. Okay, so I now ask you to join us and have a wonderful lunch. If you do not know which working group you're in, you would have found that out when you first registered this morning. But if you can't remember, please speak to one of us, me or one of my colleagues, and we will direct you accordingly. For our online participants, we ask you to rejoin us at 1 p.m. You will also be able to join us in the working groups through Zoom. So once you're on Zoom, you'll be able to speak to us, we'll be able to hear you. So please come back at 1 and we will resume our exciting session today, where you will get, as I said, to speak this time. So please join us for lunch. Lunch is served outside. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. You have to put a backup in your car.
A slipper.
Our moderators have worked hard in getting their summaries together to share with you from the different groups. So please take your seats. All right. First of all, I want to thank our very hardworking moderators this evening and our rapporteurs, as well as our, what I call our Zoom hosts, who have been monitoring the Zoom chat to try to bring our online participants into the room so that people did not feel as disconnected with the online environment. So thank you to all of them. Working Group 1, Rosemary, Avinash, and Elan. Working Group 2, Karen, Varsha, and Greg. And of course, Working Group 3, Jennifer, Sarah, and Stefan. So as I see Jennifer on her feet, I would like to invite her to come up. And, okay, she needs a minute. Karen, are you ready to present? Okay, so we'll switch to Karen. I'm doing things a little bit out of order just to make things different. We will start with Working Group 2. So our moderator for that group was Karen Rupnarine, who is an economist at the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. And that group would have dealt with the very difficult topic of achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery from COVID-19. And as we know, we're still facing that recovery because, of course, we still have to wear our masks and be very careful. So I invite Karen to come up and give us a summary. After she delivers her summary, if there are any questions, either from the participants or the Zoom chat, we'll take a few questions after her delivery. Good afternoon, everyone. So the theme of Group 2's session was Achieving a Sustainable and Inclusive Recovery from the Coronavirus Pandemic. We had a healthy discussion based on what some of the groups who were present, what they have been doing in their spheres and communities, but some broad themes, some broad cross-cutting themes came out of our discussion, so I'll go through those now. Education plays a big role in our recovery, but education in a very, very broad sense in terms as far as public awareness is involved in speaking about sustainability and just knowing how we are in energy inefficient consumers, training, reskilling, retooling as part of the just transition, and education in terms of both academic and vocational. Another cross-cutting theme was communication. In terms of some of the examples of the communication, though, is like understanding cultural awareness by micro-communities. So in terms of knowing your audience when you're developing your policies and implementing policies and addressing certain issues, awareness of their culture of the community in which you're addressing will help with the delivery of, or even the adoption of certain policies. For example, or even in terms of changing a communication style for different age brackets, the elderly or the older workers versus younger workers who can take on online learning far easily than older workers. Maybe the older workers require a hybrid model, again paying attention to culture. Sometimes you can reach, we got a few examples from Tobago in terms of using the orange economy to reach out to older workers in terms of helping to adopt policies that we probably want to implement, cultural performances, dance performances, etc., even getting the church members involved in trying to get older workers into adopting new ways of doing things. Another cross-cutting theme came out was accountability, transparency, and addressing corruption. And this was in terms of particularly when we were addressing the question of which industries do we see as the most important industries. We all know we already have transport, industry, and what's the third one? Power generation as the key sectors. But we thought apart from those sectors, across all of this, we need to make sure all our the policies in these industries, supply chains, there's accountability, transparency, and addressing of corruption. Although while I'm there, some of the other industries we thought that needed to be addressed that are critical for sustainability, achieving the SDGs and maintaining a just transition, sustainable development would be the health, agriculture in terms of food security, education, as I said before. Oh, I forgot to mention, in terms of the education as well, we know that we have some things in the education are still gender specific, like home economics. We need to teach life skills, and that goes beyond gender. Another cross-cutting theme was on the idea of data, and that is data compilation, data collection, a data repository, and also a platform to share this data, given that so many different organizations, groups are working on sometimes similar projects, sometimes different projects, but we know in Trinidad, in terms of we have a dearth of proper data collection mechanisms, so we need to address data collection and the repository and a platform to share data. A very important mention was made that at this moment in time, sustainability is not enough. We need regenerative policies. We need to move past sustainability now. We need regenerative policies. In terms of, we know a problem in Trinidad and Tobago. We have lots of great policies, but implementation is an issue. So we need to move past policy formulation to implementation, and this also requires funding. So in terms of budgeting, all organizations should have a budget in terms of a sustainability budget, an education budget, etc. Also, in terms of the implementation policies, we need to be speaking to each other, all ministries. We need to have intersectoral ministries speaking to each other. Example, in terms of the education, where the Ministry of Energy works with the Ministry of Education in terms of developing, improving the curriculum for primary, secondary schools, etc., to build in awareness of sustainability issues for the children, for students. Also, in terms of funding and budgeting, policies need to be attached to outcomes, the implementation, impact, and monitoring and evaluation. So again, here data collection is important. On a side here, involving the cooperative society was one of the suggestions in terms, again, of funding and education, because written in the cooperative, I forgot what word I'm looking here for, but they have implemented in their charter, or whatever, that's the correct word, to have an education budget. And during COVID, they used that budget to help the vulnerable shareholders in terms of learning agriculture, planting, etc. So they actually started from the elderly, go down, and they use their education budget to teach agricultural practices. So including cooperative societies in some of the funding initiatives should be, was another suggestion. And the last thing I'll mention was, in terms of the just transition, the trade unions should be involved in those discussions as part of the leaving no one behind. And I think that's it for us as a quick summary of work group 2. Okay, thanks, Karen. Are there any questions for this group? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. All right, I'd like to invite Jennifer to the podium to discuss her group. Jennifer is the National Director of Habitat for Humanity here in Trinidad and Tobago, and her group discussed assessing the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development and the way forward for accelerating delivery nationally within the decade of action. Quite a mouthful, but definitely an interesting and necessary topic, because I heard a lot of you mention, well, what is going to happen? What are the actions? What are the solutions? And I heard that throughout all 3 groups. So let's hear what working group 3 came up with. Jennifer?
Thank you so much. And you're not supposed to discriminate, but I was thinking that I had the best group in terms of sharing, that we didn't want to stop. And I think we had the most questions, so bear with me. I'm going to try to run this rather quickly, but I rather suspect that the themes are going to be almost the same throughout the various groups, because how many things can you implement? So the themes of awareness, capacity building, interconnectedness, partnerships, central to all of our discussions, and they were even mentioned in the opening remarks by various of the speakers. And I think what we're presenting is almost no different. What we need to have is the intentionality behind just proposing, and make sure we reach the implementation, and then holding accountable all of ourselves and the other stakeholders to making sure that we really get this agenda going. So, accelerating the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the decade of action and delivery for sustainable development is what we were asked to address. There were 8 questions. I'm just going to praise the questions for you because I'm aware of the time. The biggest challenges and how do we create the enabling environment to deliver on the ground. And some of the suggestions by the group, we put it briefly in headings so that we can be very brief with the comments. Networking, we to have involvement of stakeholders at all levels, private sector, public, academia, NGOs, CBOs, the entire spectrum of civil society. On the education, the need for education beyond traditional systems, and use the capacity building mechanisms to make sure that those things are transformative in all of our communities. And so we thought about using the arts and culture in particular, especially since Trinidad and Tobago is so rich in its culture, to use those means of making sure that the messaging is tailored through the language of the culture of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So in other words, using a multidisciplinary system and multidisciplinary approach to awareness and education. On the equity, the need for transformation, and apply to the distribution and access to resources. It was a big question and spent a little time on it, as you can imagine. The question of equity and sharing of resources is always a challenge. We want to make sure that our conversations that go forward is that we really look at those systems properly and thoroughly, so that the resources get down to those that need to implement, but that you put the monitoring mechanisms in place so that you can measure the results and you can make changes where necessary. Use data centers to support data analysis. This has been a sore point of many, where you have one government agency spending millions of dollars collecting data and another one doesn't have access to it. And they needed to make critical decisions. So they need to be a central repository of data, and it must be that you put the necessary security systems in place and share based on the need, on a needs base, and for decision making. We spoke about the 2R principles of reciprocity and respect under the crime and state of the economy, and in the same question of implementing, we look at the high crime levels would deter foreign investments, and this would have a roll-on effect with us being able to prioritize and develop those commitments the way we should. So we have to look at that and how the crime would affect the delivery of the end results. And the question 2, which dealt with good practices and pathways, and how we could scale that up to really accelerate this environmental discussion and implementation within the decade. We looked at communication. Again, the awareness and educational practices was a big center of our discussion, the alignment of the various groups, especially looking at the NDCs and the wider environmental and national goals and vision. There must be an alignment in order for intentionality. In terms of a context-based approach, we wanted to look at the whole co-production. We looked at the involvement of communities to bring about cultural transformation. We spoke about, again, this theme of culture keep coming up, of using our best practice, best village, and Sandfest as some examples to use those as mechanisms for both co-production and awareness, and include vulnerable communities in all that we do. I think it's something that we put in our documents, not necessarily very inclusive when it comes to actuality. In terms of strengthening governance, we looked at ICTs and making sure that we put into our statements that there should be a mechanism for intentional ICTs, that we should focus on the environmental, social, and economic governance at a more coordinated and inclusivity mechanism, put those mechanisms in place so that we ensure at the social level, at the government level, at all levels, the environment is mentioned, but not only mentioned, but that everyone is included and no one is left behind. Under existing regional and international standards, we use that sub-theme in terms of the pathway, and we said that we want to make sure that there was a good guideline for good practices and make sure that it was tailor-made for our national context. Question 3, how to transform governance and legal systems. We looked at the need for interpretation of governance. There was the whole thought that various indigenous groups and other vulnerable groups may define governance differently from the public and private sector, and that there was need for an understanding of the entire context when we were setting up governance systems and legal systems. And that the systems need to recognize and integrate especially youths and these marginalized groups. There was also mentioned that some of the ISOs speak to some of the priorities that we need to look at when we're setting up the governance and legal systems, and the kind of systems that we need to maintain in order to strengthen our governance and measure our achievements. I'm going to move on quickly. There was a lot more said, but I don't think you want to hear all of it. I'm going to go to 4. What measures are needed to align public, private, and development finance with existing commitments and priorities? We spoke about the coordination mechanism that was required to bring together all of these entities and aligning that particular mechanism with the wider national and international commitments. We spoke about having all of these commitments, and we particularly singled out that this morning no one mentioned the Sendai framework and
That has a lot to do with resiliency and has a lot to do with climate change and climate change adaptation. But looking at all of these policies, whether it's the Sendai, the Paris, and all of them, and making sure that the framework is inclusive of all of those agreements, and then bringing that inclusivity to include engagements at the partnership levels with all of the other stakeholders, including the communities. Establishment of a sustained office or a framework as a one-stop shop that brings together the interests of both public, private sector support and the alignment of the commitment and the priorities, so that private sector might be very pro profit making, public sector might be more on the social side. How do we make sure that the conversations move from just conversations and paperwork to systems that hold the private sector accountable for delivery of social products and hold the public sector as if they were a business entity. So in terms of better alignment, using an opportunity-based approach to track each entity so you know what's in it for you from the beginning and you have a stake in it. We value the resources of the community. That was a big conversation. Need for access to financing. That was another part of the conversation on that particular question. And linking the use of money to address the various social issues. I'm going to go to question 5 again on the type of partnerships from the UN and beyond in order to accelerate a green and sustainable economic transformation that leaves no one behind. Again, the question was framed in such a way that we were saying that partnerships need to be designed in such a way that execution and monitoring and evaluation policies and procedures and programs are in place at every level. And our partnerships need to document indigenous knowledge and indigenous ways of knowing and doing things. Moving from partnership to collaboration, engaging widely across all sectors, and partnerships for co-production, co-learning, and co-improvement is very necessary when we're setting up the partnerships. Stronger monitoring mechanisms at the community level, and I would add, I think we forget to add, at all levels is necessary as we look at the partnerships and leaving no one behind. Question 6 captures capacities and technologies that were required to improve human well-being in harmony with nature and including digital technologies. 2 simple points, retraining and retooling, and the second one, stronger data collection and data sharing policies which facilitate sharing but ensure the protection of individuals as well as the data. And we would have alluded to that earlier. Question 7, I'm almost there. What policies and actions do we need to implement in order to achieve our environmental commitment, including our national determined contribution? We spoke about a climate law and strengthening our partnerships with all of the stakeholders, I'm not going to list them, to support enforcement of regulations and provisions to achieve the NDC goals and commitments. And finally, 8, what kind of action or follow-up activities would we like to see and would we like to be taken to Stockholm+50? Well, there are lots of them, so I'm just going to give you a few. Make sure we have stakeholders very strong in our discussions and that they're listed. Data collection and data assessments on social measures. Build capacity at the local level and at the community level. A need for a plan of action, a national conversation, setting up frameworks where we can intentionally have every sector represented in very intentional ways.
and that most importantly, when we have these conversations, that decision makers, not just representation from the entities, but the decision makers themselves are there in those conversations so that they can be held accountable and that they could go back and execute as we make decisions. Because sometimes we're guilty of just ticking the box that we're here, but we're really not here because the decision makers really don't listen when we get back. And these are some of the actions that we suggested. Thank you so much. Could you give group 3 a hand, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, for that group seemed to have a lot of ideas. So all of this, of course, will be taken into account when we write our national report. I'd now like to ask the Group 1 moderator, Rosemary Lal, who is our Program Officer, Energy, Environment, and Disaster Management at UNDP. Group 1 talked about achieving a healthy planet and prosperity for all, which is the overriding theme of Stockholm+50.
Thank you, Cindy, and good afternoon to everyone who stayed the course with us for the day. Yes, I think we should give ourselves a big round of applause. It's been a long, but I think very fruitful day. So I would like to be able to say that the previous 2 speakers have covered everything, and therefore I don't need to take any more of your time, and you can head on home. But there are a few things that did come up that I think we should speak to. So we had a very rich discussion, and what happened was it wasn't as cleanly discussed as group 3 outlined. Everything kind of came together. So I'll just go through to say that we covered solutions to restore and regenerate our environment, specifically our biodiversity. And in those discussions, what also came up with suggestions on how we can scale up, how we can address the needs of vulnerable groups, but also what kinds of indicators we would need and follow-up actions. So going through, what came out quite strongly was the need to have reforestation of areas that have been affected by things like quarrying, but reforestation that was sustainable. Some reforestation takes place, but doesn't have a sustainability component built in, which is a little bit ironic. But reforestation that is sustainable was one thing. The need to have education, not just at the schools level, but for the parents of the students who apparently also need to be brought into that educational program of some sort, because the students being educated would be one thing, but of course they go back into homes, they go back into communities, and then some negative behavior gets reinforced. So education is one thing within the schools, but public awareness raising for the wider communities and the households within which the students reside would also be important. In terms of the schools themselves, just doing one-off programs in schools have their value. It has their value, but the need to have a mandatory environmental aspect to the curriculum was also highlighted, one in which they were given credits equal to maths or English or any of the other traditional subjects was also something that came up. But that then to have these programs linked to community projects, which can then be linked to private sector initiatives where viable community ideas are scaled up into business initiatives with some sort of sustainability and ownership, and linked therefore to private sector, and as well as to policies and strategies that support businesses. I thought this was really quite innovative because it speaks to not just doing something in an insular fashion, but having it cover the full cycle. A lot came up about waste management and needing to look at how we use, recycle, but also things like composting, which has come up repeatedly as something that we should look at as a priority for how we manage our waste. The issue of things like the use of our recreational spaces, the need to have recreational spaces available for use, but also once we are using them, that we use them sustainably, that we do not litter, and that if we do carry our garbage, if we do collect our garbage, that we remove it from the recreational spaces and don't just leave them there. And then that led into a discussion about signage, because we just assumed that everyone would know that if you take your garbage, you put your garbage into a garbage bag there, that you have to actually put it back into your vehicle and take it away from the recreational space and not just leave it there for some sort of imaginary garbage truck to drive up the hill and get it. So there was also the question about looking at how we work. In terms of COVID has taught us that it's possible to work from home and work quite well from home. It reduces your carbon emissions. And therefore, let us think about things in a progressive and innovative way in terms of how we return to work. Many organizations seem to think if they don't see their employees are actually not working, but we've proven that that is no longer true. In terms of incentives and making action sustainable so that they can be scaled up, there is a need to have incentives in place. Now, incentives don't always have to come from the government. They can come from the private sector. They can be incentivized in terms of awards that are given. Can be incentivized in terms of points to be redeemed at Massy for groceries. All sorts of innovative ideas came up. They need to leverage community groups or groups of influence, religious groups, the creative arts, all of these groups that can actually help get the message out there that we probably do occasionally, but not enough. The value system upon which our whole economic our indicator of progress is based was also highlighted. It's still very much linked to GDP. How we look at the externalities of our environmental use, the cost, and even the benefits of how we use the environment has not been sufficiently brought into the mainstream, it was felt, and therefore we need to really understand how we value what we value and how to incorporate it into a system that is going to be actually useful and practical. To make the policy cycle more bottom-up, this was another thing that came up. So policy is done in many cases in a top-down, with a top-down approach. The idea came up that we should go to communities, find out what communities value, have that feed into policy proposals, which then go into policy that's developed, policy and strategy that's developed, and then that goes back out for public consultation. This was also something that was considered to be quite innovative. Apparently there are case studies that we can use, and we can test it in small ways in Trinidad to see if it is going to be helpful in terms of policy that can go more quickly through a policy cycle and then become more effective once it's on the ground. It would also help with indicators, because the indicators would be directly linked to what is needed at the community level. Somebody had a very good catchphrase, because it was said that we no longer have pride as Trinidadians and Tobagonians, or our pride has gotten significantly reduced over time. So they said a good catchphrase is environmental pride is national pride, which I found was excellent. And that how do we monitor all of these things? An independent watch group to monitor progress was also something that was suggested. And that gender equality actually is a critical component of environmental progress, and that those two go hand in hand. We should pay attention to having our gender policy approved as quickly as possible. The use of innovative things like crowdfunding linked to CSR, corporate social responsibility, something else that came up, because of course with crowdfunding, you have to look at accountability for funds that are spent. It was felt that the private sector would be a good place to start that process, and then it could be expanded out into probably the public sector. The need for hubs, networks, or consultative platforms that bring together common interests and mandates was also another suggestion as to how to accelerate progress. The need for stronger data collection and data sharing, and this was expanded on by the previous speaker, was also something that came up. How that was to be done, I guess, would be what would come out of Stockholm+50. So out of Stockholm was the need, based on my group's discussion, to come out of Stockholm should be an understanding of what was presented as Trinidad and Tobago's position and what were the actions that were committed to as follow-up post-Stockholm, so that all of these discussions would actually have a very proactive component built into it. Thank you very much, and that was Group 3.
Thank you so much to our moderators, Rosemary, Jennifer, and Karen. Those were excellent summaries of all of the discussion, and there was a lot more that was said, but as they all mentioned, they could only say so much in this short space of time. I want to echo Rosemary's thanks for all of you for staying here with us. And to close us off this afternoon, I invite Mr. Kishan Kumar Singh, the head of the Multilateral Environmental Agreements Unit, to give us some closing remarks and wish us all on our way. Kishan?
Thank you, Cindy. And it seems that I have the most pleasurable and simplest task for the day, to wish you journeys back home. But before I do that, let me first thank the UNDP in collaboration with the ministry in organizing this event, this consultation on Stockholm+50, which from all indications seems to be a resounding success, given the feedback that I heard from the three groups, and with some very interesting ideas and responses to the questions that were posed. So this is not the final or only consultation that we undertook. This really is a culmination of various virtual consultations that would have been held on the topics that you would have also addressed in the working groups. And the responses and the dialogues that you would have been involved in, of course, would reflect the same or similar discussions that would be held in Sweden next week at the main conference, and Trinidad and Tobago will be represented at that conference. So your contribution here will be taken on board and given air as appropriate, not only at the conference representing your inputs, but in the final report that will be prepared as an output of this consultation going forward. So Stockholm+50 doesn't really end next week, nor here. It really begins next week towards Stockholm+51 and 52 and up to 100 until we get it right. And until the world and all its attendant socioeconomic and environmental issues are addressed in a way that would meet the satisfaction of generations, of future generations, of all generations, in an equitable manner, so that everyone influences the decision-making process and benefits from the decision-making process, so that no one is left behind. I think that was an underlying theme, if I listened carefully, from the discussions that came out of the working groups. So while I congratulate you on a very good session, I thought, a good day's work, I want to implore you to stay tuned, to keep engaged as we go forward, because we would be approaching you again, not only on Stockholm+50 and going forward, but certainly on all of the other major environmental issues and sustainable development issues that we would have to grapple with going forward. And to do that, my team, of course, the team from the ministry's Environmental and Planning, Policy and Planning Division, will be reaching out to you to engage in one way or the other. So I thank you in advance for that as well. And with these short words, I know there's traffic on the road, and I will have to probably face that as well. I bid you thank you, a deep, heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Ministry of Planning and Development for this constructive engagement, and to thank you, NDP, once again for the engagement with the ministry in putting together this useful input into the Stockholm+50 conference that will be held next week. I ask you to follow on it, follow the news items that will flow from it and the outcomes that will come from that major meeting. And with that said, I wish you a safe journey back home, not stressful or in any way, but go home with the satisfaction that you would have contributed to national development in a very significant way, at least from the environmental and sustainable development perspective. And I wish you a good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Oh.